Oh boy. Another day. What are we listening to? Oh, yeah. I don't know what I think about these Ace Combat tracks. Holy crap, terrible. So, we got some green shit. It is not functional at all, really. We should fix the sides. Where the sides cross over. Because they need to use... They need to use the average between this voxel and that voxel's volumes. In the middle. Because those side blocks are kind of fucky. Weird. Oh, hiccups. So, it's gonna be... Yeah, this is not the right place. It's over here. Here, there. So it's the second step here. This is what needs to change. Here we just do Y min max, but here we need... I did something up here already. Exit volume. Plus center. Yeah, okay, so we already have it there. Meaning we can do... this. I think. This is exit volume. Well, let's just see what happens. Something is happening, but not that much. We find any other It does look kind of like it works. It's really hard to tell. I mean, some of it works. This definitely does not work. And I don't really know what the problem is with these. I think I'm dividing by 0. But I'm not sure. Because here I'm dividing by y height minus entry height. And that might be a big problem. But this should be fine, so let's go down to the other re-step here. There, I believe. Same thing. But see, this here, kind of worried about that. There's a little thing there in the middle where we're cracking open another dimension. I think that's a division by zero issue. But might also not be. I'm not entirely sure that I'm doing these calculations correctly, because they're really hard to keep track of. So it's supposed to be midpoint, entry, end point, ray end point. Yeah, I mean, that's correct. Should be right. But it's this This feels dangerous. Because this is going to be 0 often. I wonder if there's any way to save this, or if I even need to. Let's take a look at what we're doing. So here we are simply we check the left side. We check the height using entry UV. It should actually do this. There, and this should be entry volume. And this should just be entry height equals Y height after this is done. There. Don't know if that makes any difference anywhere. Where it makes a difference here, it ruins it. We also get these strange ass. But that's when I'm exiting over there. And this, I think, yeah, this is doing the same thing. Possibly. But this, let's see. The entry volume, if we still don't have a way to check if it's air. Well, we can check if it's air, but we can't check if it's not a surface inside here. I haven't bothered setting up a bit for that. If entry voxel dot color index does not equal 0, then we can do that. Else this is 0. Same thing here. If exit volume exit voxel dot color index dot does not equal 0, I can do that. Else this equals 0. Declare them up here though. There, now we no longer get that issue there. But there's like nowhere we can see. And you see there, kind of, I think it's doing something. I don't think the exit is doing anything. So it's... Yeah. Yeah, it should still be right here. And if exit mask X, we do that. Yeah, here it's not doing it. And this is then exit volume. then again, we get the same problem here. You see where you get that little bend at the top. But that shouldn't happen because that's a full... Oh, we can actually check, I think. Because they... Oh, that's kind of neat. So we literally only need to check... Else if... exit voxel dot volume contents equals 7. Well, how many bits are we using? Because that might change in the future, so... But we can do this. No, wait, we can't. It needs to have a bit that says if it's a surface or not. Let's just add that. Okay. It takes like 1 second, to be perfectly honest. Where do we write? Volume contents there. But I don't want to do it there. I want to do it up here when we actually write. Right, I haven't added that yet, but here we'll do if surface, then we do one, and how far do we need to push? 12. We need to push to 15, I think. This is so big. So we have center, then we have 4 of these. Right? This is 12, 13, 14, 15. We have 5 times 3, that's 15. Right? I mean, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Am I retarded? Center, southwest, northwest, northeast, southeast. Alright, so 12, 13, 14. The 15th bit No, this is the 14th. This is 0. So, I'm not sure. Where does that end up? We push the 7 3 to the left. And that means it ends up on 4, 5, and 6. And so we push this 12. So that ends up on 13, 14, 15. No, I mean... we push this 3, so that ends up on 3. Because we got 0, 1, 2, and then we push this 3, that means this is 3, 4, 5. So this is 12, 13, 14. So this needs to be 50. Man, this is confusing. 12, 13, 14, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah. And this is 16. Alright. I think that's done. Then we go in here and we see... we don't need to check for color index, really, but we can still do that. And then here now we need to... do int is surface equals... what is 15? I mean, it can be a boolean. Don't know if it matters in any manner. But this... this is a little bit wrong. This is... if this is center, but what we need is... full entry is surface equals... but what do we check there? We check... entry voxel dot volume contents. And then here we do exit is surface, exit voxel. Then we can do else if exit is surface, what do we want to check here? If it is not air, then we combine. But that's not true. It needs to be if it's not air and exit is surface. Else if no, let's go in here. If the color index is not 0, then we do if exit is surface. Do that. Else we do exit volume equals that simply. Suppose. Something like that. And then here we're doing this. What we can do instead then is if is surface is false, then we can render it like that. But I'll be right back. Hello, Sandro. Oi, oi, oi. I did not die, but I was taking a poop. Let's see if this changes anything. It's probably not going to change much, but... It's a little bit different, but not much. And how is it going? It's going forward, but I don't know if it's going forward to any positive place. There are problemos. I feel like this should be much more significantly deep in the curve there. So where am I doing that? That's entry X and then exit Z here. So here. But it is correct, I think. Let's find 2 with even lower. Center 1, center 2, center 2, center 3. Let's find 2 equals. Here. So this one is center 2. And this one is center 2. And it's going from 0 to 7. Right? So the idea is that I'm using a second grade equation. I think that's what it's called. That's just x minus x squared, right? Is that the problem? Whoa. Maybe it needs to be like x times 0.5 squared. Or you do 0.5. No? I want it to reach 1. But I want it to go up to 1, and I want it to go down to 1. It's only going up to 0.5, I think. No, it's not even... Yeah. I think that's a bit of an issue. So, what can I do there? One minus? I don't think that's right. It shouldn't start at 1, it should start at 0. It should start at 0, midpoint should be 1. And then endpoint should be 1. No pluses. No. X minus... Let's see, the higher you do that... Can you even do this? Is this even a possible math curve? I don't know why I feel like I had done this before. From 0 to 1 down to 1. Well, is it simply... Is it this easy? Times 2. Times 4. There. Now it does what I'm wanting it to do. We just multiply it up by 4. Now it goes up to 1. And it goes down to 1. Alright. Do I need... Is this really what I need to do? But sure. Then that means we have to multiply all of these percentages by 4. But we can start somewhere. Where are we now? Let's look somewhere that makes sense. Raise step Y. Yeah, no, this makes sense. That looks actually kind of correct, because this is a 4 here, and this is a 4 too. This is a 6. If we go down here, now we've got a 2. This is a 3, a 1. So now it looks a bit more correct. I think these ones down here, the midsection, are probably the ones that are wrong now. We need to add this to every... 'cause I have 2 ways to get a percentage. One way is just the second degree equation. Is that what they're called? Like, that's what they're called, right? The second grade equation? I don't know. And the other one is using a direction. So here, basically, if this is 0, 0, this is 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, right? And in the middle here, we have 0.5 times 0. Or 0.5 and 0.5 in the x and y. So what I do is I simply take these directions and I subtract 0.5 from them. And that way I get a direction. And then I add both of the values together. And then you have a percentage, how far away you are from the middle. So if we're up here and we subtract 0.5, 0.5 from this, we get 0.5, 0.5. Add them together, we get 1. So that means we are 100% away from the middle. I have to do like the abs. So down here we get negative 0.5, negative 0.5. And if we add those together, we get negative 1. And here it gets kind of weird because you get, 1 negative and 1 positive. And if you add them together, you get 0. So I have to get the absolute value. But that seems to work. I don't know, however, if I get a value that is equally comparable to my second grade equation. But let's just go around the block. Whenever it says ray point direction there, that's when we don't want to do this. No, wait, here. This one is a little bit weird. Not sure that one is right. All right, let's see if that makes any more sense. They certainly have... Oh, it's close. It's really close now. If you look at that curve, that is really close to being right. But if you go closer, you can tell the sides aren't quite right. So the midpoints are wrong still. But the exits feel pretty solid right now, to be honest. Okay, that does not feel very solid. I don't know what's going on in here. No, I want them to look like this, at least for this time being. This is step one. After that, we can try to make it smoother. This is gonna look like a stairway. But if we at least can get it this way to work first, then we can try to make it make more sense. Because getting it to just be straight, that's easy. Like we already do that. But after this we can play with, because I want to have materials that affect how this ends up looking to some degree. That I want to add in, like having like a hardness or something like that is a percentage of how wavy it gets, kind of. So you can have a maximum, which is just a square block, and then you can have a minimum that might look something like this. But first we gotta get it to render the volumes decently, at least. I'm only working on one direction right now. See, all the other directions are just other things I've tried. The green is where we're currently working, because I have to write all this code specifically for each direction. I kind of might be able to make a function out of it and then just pass in two directions or something like that, but I don't think so. Because when we're coming from the left, this is the left entry. I have to specify that we're checking the southwest and the northwest corners, for example, and then after that it has to check. Yes. The blue is the south side of a cube, red is the north side of a cube. This yellowish green is the east side of a cube. This used to be teal, and that's the west side of a cube. Right now, I'm setting everything to be the same color here, because the whole point is that they all have to flow together. Because here you have multiple things working together here. Like here, everything you see here, right? This is only the code in the left, like when you exit to the left. And same thing here, this is only for when you exit to the right. And back here, this is the code for only when the ray exits in the back. And down here is only for when the ray exits down. And all of those have to match to create a proper slope. That is the problem. But this here, this seems to be pretty correct now. The problem is when you exit down, we're not getting correct values. And the midpoints are also not correct, because this should look something more like this here. There should be we should be getting a smooth line here, kind of a gradient. So it's the midpoints right now, and when we exit down. Now, if exit mask.x, then here we have our midpoint. But the midpoint should be pretty correct. I don't really see how it really has any real issues. It depends on if any of these are wrong. Let's see. Where did I write it? Midpoint. Mid. Ray endpoint. There. Exit mask X. Here. Ray endpoint is where we enter. You got an entry height. And the voxel volume, that's Y height, minus entry height. And voxel volume, Y height, minus ray endpoint, that's the midpoint. Plus ray entry UV, Y. And then the intersect is entry UV plus midpoint times midpoint UV minus entry UV. But this should be correct. It feels like it's correct. Is it? I'm not so sure it is. The biggest issue though is down here, this down section, and these are also incorrect. So there is something I am doing here. Now we're just doing the percentage same way here. Midpoint Z. Plus center. There is one thing. Midpoint horizontal here. This needs... I'm not sure. But I think this should be adjusted by the center on the other cube. Let's just try doing that. See how it goes. And for that, all we need to do is plus center. No, plus. We don't have that. Does that get weird? But it should be the same. To be perfectly honest. I shouldn't need to do that. But maybe I do. Because each corner here each corner's volume is based on the 4 adjacent cubes, right? So this one here is based on that one, this one, that one, and that one. But that also means that for this one, it's the same. Like this one is also based on that one, that one, that one, and that one for this cube. So these corners are always the same between these two cubes. So if I base this curve on this, then it should be right? But I don't know if it makes sense anyway. I think I still need to know what this volume is and what that volume is. Because if I want this... Well, it's a bit tricky. But I think I'm going to settle with having these weirdo slopes from the start. Because what I might need to do is expand inwards for how the logic works. So that the non-surface cubes inside here are also affected by the slope to some degree. But the thing about this is this curve cannot exist unless we know at least one of these sides, right? But the problem is that here I'm checking, I'm making this curvature based on the other cube's volume. And that means that anything inside here where we are not exiting towards this cube, it doesn't have the volume information from in here. And that's why this curve here, for example, I think at least, is so much lower. Because it's just using different values. And this down here, it's, I don't even know why this doesn't work. It's kind of weird. So we might need this and that information. I was trying to avoid reading that many. That's why I baked this into the voxel, so I wouldn't have to read like every single voxel around the voxel every single time. However, this should still be using that. So let's take a look at the midpoint for exiting to the left. See what we can figure out there. I want to see this. Kernel is invalid. Should be fine. Hard mid UV. I don't know how this will render. Yeah, no, this should be right. It's supposed to draw the absolute center. That does look right, I think. Ah, is it this? Forgot to change that. Hmm. What did it look like before? I kind of want to do this. If CS test y equals 1, cast it to int, else that. No difference. Did I do something wrong? Really no difference between the two? Do something like... No. Just try again. I don't know. Isn't it? No difference at all. That surprises me. Looks right to me here, but it doesn't feel right. I'm just thinking. For example, I'm gonna sneeze. It doesn't quite make sense. See here on the sides, we're just doing this, right? And what this is it's just this point here and that point here, adjusted by this side's volume. And it doesn't quite make sense. It does make sense to some degree because if you have this corner is 0, this corner is 7, and this is like 1 and this is 1, it makes sense because you don't want this. You want the center of the cube to determine how big it is overall. So you don't want to have like this huge, you know, thing in between the cubes and then it goes like this. Like, you don't want that. So because of that, I don't feel like it makes sense when I'm drawing this. This is the midpoint, right? And I don't feel it makes sense to check the distance here. Like using both the X and the Y. Check the distance from here, for example, to the center, and then take a percentage of that. That doesn't make sense. So instead, I think it has to be like... Like when we're checking the midpoint here, it has to just use how far in we are in X exclusively. How would we do that then? This is the midpoint, and then we would need to do this. Instead, except this is going to be midpoint. This is gonna be like this, I think. Pretty much exactly like this. Can we delete some shit here? Let's see. Get rid of pretty much all of that. And then this is going to be midpoint UV. And that's also midpoint UV. And then this percentage midpoint UV. And we just try something like that, maybe. I'm not sure. That's still not right. I'm honestly not entirely sure what it should look like. I think it should honestly not look like anything at all. Let's see. I'm just gonna do this. We forgot the most important part. Not actually setting the height. What's wrong now? It's just weird now. Is it bending on this side now? Oh my god, so tedious. Yeah. I don't get it. Now it's all fucked up. Hello, DV. My day's just started. But it is not being friendly. Wait a second, what's going on here? No, that doesn't solve it. It's so weird. Why is it all the way to this side? I don't understand. Stop. The IDE is like super laggy. I don't know why. Maybe I need to clear some caches or something. It gets like turbo laggy when you're in the shader. Yeah, this is wrong as hell. Yeah, no, this is supposed to be X. Hmm. Kind of... I don't know. Now it's more like that. Maybe? It's still not. It's still not right anyway. But that's because I'm still basing it on two different things. There are multiple ways we could do this. We could replace the entire system with a distance to center system. I hope I didn't make a really dumb decision today because I'm now using this 8-year-old computer with Windows 7. I don't know what you've done. Did you buy an old computer? Oh. Man, I need to decide how I want this to work. Because it's working in 2 different ways now. But it has to be we have to make a center point here. That's what we have to do. There needs to be a center point here. Because if this is going to have a volume that might be like 6, and over here it might be 5 or something, or 3 or whatever, then for this here I can't just use 3 because here's the center point here, right? And if I am basing this, like the collision for the middle of the ray, where I'm checking if we're colliding with the center, if I'm checking that against the directional distance to there, then I also have to check the directional distance to this, kind of. Because this has to be the height of that, right? But it also has to be the height of that in the same way this is the height of this, right? But it has so it has to be like a decreased amount. But it would be something like that down there, because it's a certain amount away from this here. Now, what we can figure out right away, I believe, but I'm not sure how, is what is the length from the center to the edge? That's what this is. If you do if you do 0.5 times 2 plus, oh, come on. Oh, I fucking hate this calculator so much. 0.5 squared plus 0.5 squared, and then square root of that. Then you get this value. And that's the distance from the center to the edge of the cube, I think. Or I don't mean the edge, I mean the side, like the exact side. Because 1 is the length to here, right? To the corner, I think. It's got 3.6 gigahertz, 2 gigabytes of RAM. Well, I mean, it depends on what you bought that computer for, because you can probably get something better for like $200. Like a real computer. Well, maybe not. Maybe like 400. Depends what you want it for. Yeah, but it's not just 2.4 gigahertz, it's how many cores does it have? That's the thing. But 1 gigabyte RAM is that doesn't work. You can't run Windows 10 with 1 gigabyte of RAM. Is that even possible? Oh, bad. I'll be right back. Oh, but I should probably take a break. Maybe I'll go for a walk around the block. It's been 2 hours. I'm just gonna struggle to think if I just sit here. But this is the core of the mismatch here. That I need to properly decide how we're handling this distance here. It doesn't have to be perfect. As long as it renders correctly, we can always adjust it later. So it's number one concern is getting it to the point where it actually works. So if you look at it, to be honest, it is these midsections that are wrong. If you remove these, then it would pretty much look correct. I think. But it's also not quite the way I want it to be. These should be... This side should adjust. The center should be like ball, a little ball. Something along those lines. My favorite version of Windows? Windows Vista. I mean, it's Vista or XP. I absolutely despise Windows 10. And Windows 7 is Vista but worse. In every... It's worse in pretty much every way, except like maybe back-end stuff. I hate every single new feature, pretty much, that they've ever added. In Windows 7, they added... or they removed the quick start, which was just like a bunch of small icons next to the start menu, right? They deleted that and replaced it with docking icons, which is the exact same feature, except it's worse in every way, because it just takes up more space. And then in Windows 10, they deleted like everything. Like there's so many small things that they just deleted for no reason. If you go into the display settings, it doesn't show you what your monitor is called. So if you have like a bunch of monitors that you switch between, like this is my TV. If I switch to my TV only, then I have 4 monitors here. 5 if I have my Cintiq plugged in. And then I have to figure out which monitor is which, kind of. I'm using third-party software to handle my monitors, purely because this is just not viable. So you have to go into advanced display settings to be able to just see the name. And yeah, there are many things like that. Just the start menu in Windows 10 is completely unusable. If you don't use Classic Shell, I don't know what you're doing. Like, it just does not work with that. What is the new Classic Shell called? Open Shell. Gets you a better start menu than Windows 10. Or it gives you a Windows 7 start menu. That's what it gives you. There's only one feature that is good with Windows 7 or Windows 10, and that's if you have multiple monitors, you can drag a window to the side, and it'll lock there, and it'll like get maximized to that side of the screen. That's the only good thing, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. What do I like about Windows Vista? I don't know. It's just Windows 7, but they've kind of just moved it forward a bit, I guess. Like or not Windows 7, Windows XP. I don't mind Windows XP either. But I haven't used Windows XP in years. I could still potentially be convinced that Windows XP is superior to Vista, but I do think Windows Vista is better than Windows 7 in every way. Every single way. Except, you know, security, backend stuff, performance maybe. Anyway, I'll go for a little walk. Did I go buy milk? I'll go for a little walk and then we try to adjust this. It's like kind of understand where the issue is now, so maybe we can figure something out. This mismatch between this and this are also not amazing, but we'll figure it out. It's getting there. It is getting there, so I'll be back soon. See you then. Oi, oi, oi. We be back. All right. Are you there, DV? So let's should I do this? Okay, so first of all, so we need the midpoint, right? So right now, what I'm doing is I'm checking. we're doing x minus x squared times 4. That's what we're doing. And that gives us a curve from 0 to 1 to 0 again. And I feel like we can still use this. But not too much. What I feel now is ideally the easiest part would be if we could just take current position dot xz minus slope to 0.5 0.5. Abs that. That way we get we get the direction, and then we take direction x plus direction dot y equals a percentage. But that only works within this area. Because I kind of want to take the percentage to the next voxel over as well. And I don't feel like that works. Because then here, if current position is like 0.2, 0.8, minus 0.5, 0.5, then we get minus 0.3, which is then converted to 3, and we get 0.3. Right? And then we add those together, then we get 0.6, which is the percentage away we are from the center. Looking at it, no. No, never mind. I don't know if this is accurate though. The game you're making 3D or 2D, this one is 3D. Also, you asked earlier about gigahertz and RAMs, and my processor has 3.7 gigahertz. But that's not really how processors work anymore. Because then you might think, oh, my processor is just as good as yours. But that is not the case. Not even a little bit. Processors haven't really gotten better vertically in their hertz and like pure calculating power for a long time. It's been about horizontal growth for ages. So now it's all about multi-threading. And I think I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. Honestly, I wouldn't use less than 8 gigabytes of RAM now. Like unless you're a grandma and you literally just use it to pay your bills, then you can settle for 4 probably. But even then, that's kind of rough. And running even Windows 7 without an SSD is like the worst thing. Like if you ever want to get speed increases on your computer, get an SSD. Compared to getting a better CPU or RAM, there's like no comparison to getting an SSD. But man, what's a good approach for this? It is newer. That is true. Maybe we should get the length instead. Because now, if I am standing here in the middle, then that's gonna be 0. Well, let's go with here. Here, this is gonna be 0, 0.5. And if I then subtract 0.5 from that, then we get 0. We get negative 0.5 and 0. And if we add those together, we get 0.5. So because of that, it'll think that when we are here, we are halfway to the center, compared to being over here, where we are 100% away from the center. So, and that's not accurate, I think. It's not twice as far across, is it? It's like 30% or something. 51. Oh. 51. Which one am I looking at? $72, yeah. This is one problem. So we should convert this to using a length, first of all. But what I'm thinking is how to do it here, because this, we need this point somehow, right? But I don't know if it'll just be annoying to have that midpoint. And I'm wondering if it would be easier to just be able to do math directly against this point instead. So we can just check like the length to there. Yeah, why not? I think that might be okay. At least on this side. Let's start there. My brain is giving me cancer in the brain. So down here then. Instead of doing this, we need to do this. So not exactly. What if we make a float here, call it length to center equals length m point ray direction. And then we have float length to exit volume equals. Now this is where I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. But then the exit volume here is This is if we exit, we enter there, and then we exit up. That means that the next volume is going to be at 1.5. And then we do if length to exit volume is less than 1, then we're gonna have to do float height adjust equals 0. If length to exit volume is less than 1, then we do exit volume times length to exit volume height adjust equals that plus center times length to center. Then divide that by 2. Basically, this means that if we are currently, let's say we're reading this pixel right here. We've got this center and we've got that center over there. Now, obviously, we are always less than 1 length away from the center here, no matter where we are. This might be 1 at best, but even then. Over here, this length is going to vary, because if we are like standing over here, the length to over here is going to be well more than 1. Yeah. Because the length from here to our center is 0.704 or whatever. And the length from here to over there is also 0.704. So the idea is that if I'm standing here in the exact center, then I take actually it should be 1 minus, but if we're standing here, we add 1 minus length times the center volume to the volume of the pixel we're checking. And over here then, it's gonna have to be this length and that length. So this will be 0.7 times center volume and 0.7 times this voxel center volume. except it's going to be 1 minus the length. So this is times 1 minus length. This is 1 minus length. So then we get the average over there. Do 1 less than or equal to. And then we get the average height between the two. Else we only get the center. Now, we also need a percentage. So the current percentage is simply it's a little bit weird when we have the other voxel in play as well. So what does the percentage there become an average of the two as well? I guess so. Just add the lengths together. And divide them by 2. Yep. Maybe because I need the percentage so that we can do here now percentage equals length to center. And that now means that here, to get the new Y height, all we do is just do Y height times equals percentage, really. However, we haven't set the Y height there yet. Should be something like that. X though. Yeah, this is the exit point. So yeah, the X is right. See what that does. That looks a lot more normal, I think. I don't know if it looks good all the way. You can see up there, up here, it kind of goes flat. It kind of flat lines, which is probably not ideal. Because this should go all the way up to 1. So there's something there that's not quite ideal. But again, I do feel like it looks a lot better now. Now our midpoints are fucked. Well, they were before too, so. Now see, the problem we're gonna get is that because we have, well, we can do this maybe. I don't know how annoying it's gonna be to draw though. But because we have a bunch of voxels like this, and they all have different volumes and such. Or rather, let's say these are the non-surface voxels that the surface voxels are resting on. Then this voxel here, I could just make it so that it just draws like this. So we just get a perfectly flat thing like that. And then we have, it's almost done already, right? But what if it has less than maximum volume? Then maybe I want it to go like that. And this one has even less, so it goes like that. This one has a lot, so it goes like that. That way you can kind of end up with really strange patterns, and it, you know, you kind of end up with this ooh, 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 ooh kind of thing along the edge or the slope. And I don't think it's gonna look good. From the front, it's probably gonna look like this. Like, and then here, back here, you've got your voxel step, and then up here you have some more or less. This is probably how it's gonna end up. And it's not amazing, but once we have that working correctly, then we can start trying to figure out how to minimize that problem. Because it would still be nice if the terrain had, like, on its own, just different height to make it lumpy and not smooth, right? And what I've been thinking about is that maybe these non-surface blocks back here that are kind of getting, like, that's what this is leaning against, right? This might also want to have, like, I could call this like a subsurface block or something, and then this is just a non-surface block. Because you might want to give this one a value as well, so it gets like chopped off here in the corner, and then it kind of gets smoothed all the way, right? That's what I've been thinking about in my brain. That I might have to. In fact, this might just be called a surface voxel, because the only reason it's not a surface voxel is because it has a voxel in front of it. But this voxel only has, you know, a very little amount of content in it, which technically means that this voxel is visible, right? So I think I'll basically have to add diagonal voxels as surface voxels as well. I think that'll probably solve it. But this is not something we're gonna finish anytime soon. Anyhow, what about this? I'm not sure I have the right values here, but this is kind of difficult. This is ray step z equals 1. And that means that the ray steps are going to hit whatever counts as south. So this is the south side of the voxel. And that means that the next voxel is 1 up in the y. So that should be correct. More or less. Because this is the voxel above. But what's 1 squared? Square root. That's 1. Okay. I'm just thinking about why that corner hits the edge there. That's what I'm thinking about. We can do... We can do this. Yeah, that is the side. We also have some nasty nasty Doom stuff there. I don't like. But perhaps the percentage, let's try just keeping the percentage as length to center only. That still doesn't solve it. Do I need to normalize this length? Is this really the length? Yeah, it is. This is the length from the edge of the cube then. Isn't it? But wait, no, it's not 1, 1. It's a direction, so it's 0.5. Plus 0.5. That is the distance from the corner. Because we never have a full distance. Because we're always from we're only checking to the center of the cube, that's why. So because we're only checking to the center of the cube, we basically need to normalize against this value. Don't we? Because this is supposed to be 1 then. Like this is a maximum length. Float normalization value. Can you handle that many decimals? Seems like it. So we get, unfortunately, we have to divide then by a normalization value from the length to center and the length to that. Well, how do you do it? Let's see. So if I have this value, can we then normalize it with multiplication? I'm just worried that that's gonna lead to some floating point issues. Let's just divide it by this. But I think that's potentially something you can do. There, now it goes up correctly and it goes down correctly. We still have that crack of doom in the middle, which I don't really know what causes. Whatever. I think it's a division by 0 error. Here's still runs at 900 FPS right here, so don't care. But this looks like it could potentially work. But I don't really know how to use it here in the mid step. Let's go put it in here. I don't think this needs any changes. So sure that worked at all, and that one has two cracks of doom. Did I put it in the right place? Oh, right. We're still doing some things here. And this now needs to be negative 0.5. Makes sense. Legal terms updated. Still wrong. Wow, we? Nice. Opening those can be a total pain in the ass. I opened my mom's Android tablet and it was a nightmare. Am I doing that in both places? That doesn't look right. But it's not right regardless, it's weird. Like it's just wrong. Why is it wrong? Now. But it should be fine. Wait. No. It should be fine. Because here, if Z is greater than, or if Z is, if Z is 1 here, so it's like at the other edge, it's like right next to the other voxel. This becomes 0.5. Right? And here, same thing here, except now Z is 0. Which means we are right next to the voxel below us. Then this becomes 0.5. Except this is negative, but that doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter, should it? Because the further away we go, the higher this becomes. It's just simple. Ah, here it is. We're still doing things that we're not supposed to be doing. Y height is just supposed to be times percentage, and that's it. It still doesn't work. Why? All right, let's compare it line by line. Where do I need to go? Here. We got entry height, midpoint, ray direction, okay, here I'm setting that all the way down here. Doesn't really matter, I think. Let's move it so that we can tell what the fuck is going on. Want it to look exactly the same. Endpoint ray direction. We're missing an endpoint ray direction. There. Now it should be.
Oof, there was so many errors there, holy shit. Now they are the same. Now they still have the same error of doom down there that I don't understand as usual. But that should be fine. Well, it might not be fine actually. Why is that happening? Let's see. We're not really dividing anything by anything other than the normalization value, are we? No, it's down, it's this. It's this. It comes back to this. Can I... Can you do this without this division? Can you do if y height is greater than entry height? And you do that, and then you do this in there. Else we do because what's happening here is that we are reducing the entry height well, which one is it that... No, it is that one that matters. I don't want to do this math again. Oh. But if y height and entry height are equal, then we just don't do that. That should be fine. Maybe. Potentially. Nope. It's better, I think, but it's still doing it. It's not good because we're getting the incorrect value here. So, what is happening? I'm dividing... I'm dividing something with a higher value, maybe? Oh, wait, no. Is this because we are using decimals or zeros and 0 to 1 values? That just moved it. I don't want to do it again. Don't want to do it again. I think I don't want to. I think I'm not gonna. We need to fix this though, because we can't have it that way. Did you go up here? You get that gigantic split there. That has something to do with this division we're doing. Because you can see here, we get like super bright in this direction and super dark in this direction. But this is actually supposed to be like we're supposed this is supposed to work, right? At least to some degree, I think. But I'm doing, we're calculating this shit. And then you have a ray that comes in here. like this. We're calculating this basically, and we're checking, though in this case it's over here, rather. So here it's more like something like this, I guess. Like so. Then we're calculating from the center, and we're trying to figure out where did we collide, right? But earlier when I was doing this, I was calculating it with real numbers. So here this was like 3, center here is like 6 or whatever. And the actual volume here is like 4. And then I used this to calculate it, using a bunch of divisions and stuff. But in reality, this is 0.3, this is 0.4, this is 0.8 or whatever. And I've had experience before with divisions getting really fucked up when you do it with 0 points. And I think this might be a case of that. So we'll have to do it over and test. But I think we're gonna stop for now, because I want to go eat food. Yep. I'll probably be back later, so until then, thanks for hanging. Bye-bye.